Hi. Check it out, the plants are growing. That's pretty good. How grown are they? Looking pretty grown. Excellent. Let's go plant them. Unplant. Wait, no, they're not grown. The health is 100%. The growth is 94%. I read the wrong value. That's fine, though. They'll be ready in a minute or two. Looks like Thega is alive and well and currently taking a nap. Also, when preparing the intro today, I noticed that if I'm standing here-ish, the gravity runs out. Like, there's no gravity past this line. Actually, seems like the problem is that there's no gravity... Okay, there's gravity here. There's not gravity here. Okay, the problem is that it's not wide enough. Still gravity here. Still gravity here. Okay, so this half of this hallway does not have gravity. I'm going to go fix that. Let's see here. Get over to the nice little gravity machine. Okay, field width is probably the problem. Let's increase that a little bit to 56 meters. See if that doesn't fix it. The unknown signal. I did not see an unknown signal on radar. I guess it's a U unknown signal. Unless you mean the unidentified signal. We have hydrogen, I think. Should. Yeah, we have 75% full on hydrogen. Oh, right, the survival kit's being weird. I don't know what's up with the survival kit. We may need to move it. For some reason, the survival kit isn't, like, cooperating with the rest of the base's infrastructure. I'm gonna disassemble it and move it somewhere else. I'm gonna try and be careful with doing that because we need this to survive good. Maybe it doesn't consider this to be a proper connection, or the connection got disrupted somehow. Because this connection works to the entire rest of the base. Like it's supposed to. And yet... put it here and something goes wrong. It's also not a very good place for it regardless. Maybe I can put it here. That'll mess with our walkway, though. My thought is maybe we put it here. Like we extend this up and then have it run over. Just to confirm, the survival kit does have a access port on the bottom, right? I didn't imagine that. Next question is, where do I put a survival kit in this giant collection of every single thing? Here we are. Oh, it doesn't! Okay, so this is my fault entirely. I thought you could put the survival kit on the bottom of a thing. Alright, so the actual solution is to just install it sideways. Which is a little inconvenient. Well, if we don't really need inventory access for production, I can put it like this. If I swap out this conveyor for a different conveyor.
Inventory full.
Oops. Let me just drop some of the more mass-bearing items real quick. Okay, now we can put in maybe a regular conveyor junction, just for maximum utility. Pick up the pipe again. Great, now we can put the survival kit in place. It will just be a little sideways, but that's not a problem. It looks like it's connected to the O2H2 generator like this. Very good. Alright, now the survival kit should be in a better spot. It will now actually be connected to the rest of the base. Great improvement. Alright, back to your question. Or back to my question. You said you found an unknown signal. How far away is it? And also, have you already left for it? 2 kilometers. Okay, I don't see that one. I guess it's your unknown signal. I think unknown signals might be person dependent. Strong unknown signals and unidentified signals, I think, might be, like, global. I do not recall the details. Either way, I don't mind. Let's check up on those plants. Okay, so at the end of last stream, I got the tragic realization that we are not actually going to be able to use the mushrooms for anything. Because apparently there are no meals that combine with the mushrooms that we have access to. We need either grain or we need meat. That's annoying, but not catastrophic. So to continue the general deep well, we want to make 8 more vegetable seeds. And then we can make the full 8 mushroom spores. I don't think it's strictly bad that we have some extra mushrooms sitting about, being grown, cultivated. They'll eventually be useful once we get a few more things to grow. The thing I am worried about is our ever-present need for more ice. Ice is about 19k. The full base has plenty still. But I suspect that we will want to reload on ice before the stream's end. Keep that in mind. As for the fruits, they're at 90%, having grown for about half hour, so we can expect them to be done in about 3 minutes. And I will wait for that, as I sort of collect my thoughts. Oh, now I see an unknown signal 2 kilometers away. That's funny. Also, welcome back. I see you on radar. How are you? Oh, and I didn't check if the gravity was improved. Good job. Okay, it seems that the
meteor storm inbound.
The gravity situation is slightly better. It could use a little more width. Guys, I'm exiting the airlock. Okay. Expand gravity a little bit. It did help. I think we made... Right, okay. I expanded it by 1 meter in that direction because this is a 2 meter full width. Maybe another 2 meters. If the power draw becomes a problem, we can always lower the actual gravitational strength. And check. Much better. Here? Okay, you know, that makes sense. So don't stand there, and we'll be fine.
Energy low.
We don't have... Oh, wait, yes we do. Have a little rest, gain a little energy. I still have some of the fruit pastries from Rockwell, so I won't dig into the chili just yet. Little more. Right, I think it's 35 minutes exactly. So, assuming this is the last one that was planted. I don't think this was the last one to be planted. Maybe they're all close enough anyway. Either way, they should be done in 30 seconds. I can prepare the next batch immediately. Should be planting these anyway. Production, give me 8 fruit seeds. There they are. Okay, now in the interest of priority given to the rightmost plants, I'm gonna plant the... I only got 1 vegetable seed. Oh no, I have 9 vegetable seeds, so just... I had an extra. So 8, 8, and 8. Put the apples away. We're getting a good stockpile of food now. Let's keep that up. Importantly, I think it's a stockpile of enough food that if some calamity happens to the greenhouse, we should be able to regrow enough plants with it before we starve. Even from the deep well alone. Could take like, what, an hour or 2? Maybe it's not that easy. Okay, either way. Plant the vegetable. 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 The vegetable. Gotten to the point where saying that doesn't feel like real words anymore. Also, my mistake. I wanted to put the mushrooms there. Fantastic. The new expanded greenhouse is now at full plant production. Alright, so now that the food situations are reasonably dealt with, I see you are working on the solar ship I stole. Well, the solar wreck I repurposed. We're gonna be formal about it. I think I will try and investigate my unknown signal as well. Oh, it's so close I can just see it. Ship already wants to do target lock. We still have the magnetic plate. Yes, we do. I could capture it with the ship. still lock the magnetic plate on it, just in case it tries something. Ooh, big box. Where's the button on this thing? There it is. I don't know if I won or not. I guess my inventory will decide that for me later. Well, there's vegetable seeds inside. Unfortunately, we already have those. What we really need is grain. The actual supplies that this ship is composed of might be useful. I will bring it back. I will claim the grid. I got a thing for you to salvage. Okay, so we're really chafing under the like limited size of this hangar. All right, I think we know we know what we need. What ship? What happened to the cockpit? It was there. Did you remove it? There was one there. But yeah, you put a... Do you have some interior plate you could pass to me? Thanks. There. I put it back if you can get that getting... As for the drifting away part, I'll go get the ship. Or a ship. Computers, huh? Oh, okay. How many computers do you need? Ooh, great, canvas. Well. Oops. Okay, well, the thing I stole is probably going to be dismantled soon enough. I'll get you the computers you need. The computer. Let's just go for like a solid 28. I say picking up only 14 because my inventory is full. All the girders. Well, 14's more than 12. Hey, you dropped a steel plate on your journey. There you go. Okay. That's a gyro. Is it? Do you have no power on the ship? Is that the... Well, the solar panels are destroyed, so... How about we get you some solar component? Oh, you do? And I have no idea what the problem is. Oh, the gyroscope's just unbuilt. I see. Oh, there's a strong unknown signal in the distance. I don't think I can reach it in time, because we would only be able to go... Like, it would take 10 minutes to get there. That's a shame. Metal grid? Wait a minute, I want that.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Come on. Get that grid. Good. Did you fix the ship? I don't see you on radar any. Oh, there you are. Oh, right, solar. I mean, you don't care, but like, I can do it. Assembler. I may have an idea. I'll try some things. First off, good news, the solar panels are now operational again, or at least the ones that are still alive. The other two were lost due to an unfortunate bullet accident. Yeah, there. I mean, I had to steal the ship. Let me try. Okay, gyro, gyro, gyro. Gyroscope incomplete, gyroscope incomplete. There is no operational gyroscope on this ship. Oh, this one says it's... Oh. Well, in terms of power, it's got a mega one. Yeah, the power's fine. Everything I'm seeing is suggesting that... Whoa. Are we spinning more suddenly, or... No. Oh, all the thrusters have been manually forced into off mode. That's the problem. And we won't be able to turn them on without hacking each and every individual one. I'll be on the lookout for any that allow me to toggle their state. But so far, nothing. Weird. Then I guess we just need to hack the rest of the ship to give us full, unquestioned control. Good job getting the doors online. The next question is, where are those gyros that you found? Yeah, okay, this one's incomplete. Incomplete. We need motors. We need 2 motor. You got 2 motor lying around? Okay, I'm going to pull the ship close to the base. That'll do. Oh, I see the ion thrusters are glowing now. That's good. You probably still don't have gyro control. Okay, just for maximum convenience, I'm going to still bring the ship back this way, simply because if you're piloting without gyro, it's probably an absolute pain. This might damage the solar panels, but we already lost half of them anyway, so hopefully that's not a big deal. There. And now that you have dampeners, it should stay in place as well, so all is good. So aside from stealing the big solar ship, do you got any other plans for it? Thinking about our finances. Okay, gyro control has been reestablished. It does look nice, but as far as what it does, I don't know if it's all very helpful. We could sell it. I kind of like that idea, actually. You want me to go sell it? Maybe buy a new ship and come back with it? I've been really thinking we need a good, dedicated mining ship. I know I've repurposed a hull breaker for mining, but it's bad at it. We don't need those. In fact, how about we utilize one of the new Econ 2 features? And then I go off on a merry adventure for the next 30 minutes. On the solar ship? Like the big solar ship? No. Doesn't matter. What's the name of the solar barge? Okay, here it is. Oh, wait, the Galactic Commerce CEO still owns it. We need to become the... Oh, I understand. Keep the big one around, sell the small one. I see. Do we own the small one? Info... I mean, if we don't own it, it'll be very clear. Okay, if we're going to sell the small ship, I'm going to put the small solar is named... What is it named? I'm going to check this information when I have the chance. Name is not listed here. Oh, this is the Moon Moss 7. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put the moon moth into storage. Wait, no, the grid owner is still listed as unknown. That's not good for us. We need to take every single bit of the ship and make it our own. What's missing? Ah, a lot of things, actually. Well, if we're slating this ship for being sold anyway, I guess I can just dismantle anything we're not actively using. I guess I could grind it down and sell the individual pieces, or we just scrap the thing. Yeah, you can call it the solar barge. That's a decent name for it. And it'll help differentiate it between the smaller solar ship, the moon moth. Where is that scrap on board? Small cargo container somewhere. Got a flare gun. And various random components. Happy to see those. Oh. I have taken all but 11 of the scrap, and I'm putting more steel plate inside so I can take the rest of the scrap. I'll go put this in the refinery immediately. Okay, so now that we know that that will not solve our problems, I need to figure out a way to get a ship that can mine good. How much iron do we have on station? 44.4k. Okay. Time for a custom-built space mining ship. We need it. Stealing the steel. The heart of any good mining ship is probably an inventory. Where are my cargo containers? Oh, this one. I'll go for small or large. No in-betweens. How big do I want this thing? We do? Oh, great. Do I really go for the gigantic one? Let's try and keep this lead. We can expand it later. Sorry, I'm mostly talking to myself here. Trying to decide how to best make a mining ship. Part of me really does want to just repurpose the first ship I stole, but I think it'd be better for me if I actually build a ship from scratch a little bit. Oh, what? What do we got? Where are you? There are you. Okay, let's see. A lot of power cells. A lot of stuff. How many ore detectors were they building on this thing? Like, consolidate these a little bit. Put them in the fewer categories just so I can see them better. That's a lot of computer. This might be... Okay, well, no might about it. This is phenomenal. These are great foundations for just building a ship of our own. Everything together? I think mostly. At least per container. Oh my goodness, there's also ore here. Just in the container, I'm looking phenomenal. Okay, right, yeah, okay. Good amount of cobalt, some iron, some silicon. Actually, not very exciting stuff. The cobalt's nice. There's another one. Great. Thega, you have pulled off a phenomenal heist here. We were both too distracted by the ship. It's what's in it. We're rich, kinda. Start unloading that immediately. I keep the ice on board. For now. Hold off on the cobalt, that process is slow. Focus on the iron, simply because we want to build stuff in bulk. Oh, because it's like structurally into... Okay. You can put like a support structure. As long as some part of the ship is connected to another, it won't fully collapse. That said, it is kind of neat that this is almost in itself a single isolated thruster block. You could remove it, attach it to a different stationary object, and turn it into a movable thing. Oh, this is great amounts of the iron. Okay. This means I could be a bit more ambitious with construction. Hey, I gotta turn that. No, you shouldn't have to turn that off. Seems fine. And like worst case scenario, we can always just merge the pieces back together. That's what the merge block is for. We got a lot of practice doing that in the scrapyard scenario. Okay, got all the nickel. Next up is the cobalt. The ice can honestly stay on board. If you want to turn that into a base, there's your starting ice supply for air and stuff. Figure you just move the supports to the next spot. Got yourself like a venerable Kunlan there. I kind of want to make a Kunlan functioning type thing. I basically have a bunch of different modules that I could then attach or detach depending on what I wanted at the time. If I was going to the battle, I could put some guns on a module and attach that to the ship. Well, that's the price you pay for a low mass structural system. Was here all along. How is refining going? About to get through all the nickel. I'd rather do the ion next. Well, there's not much
Meteor
silicon.
storm inbound.
Oh! I don't know if you got that alert. There's a meteor storm inbound. Oh, yep, here they are. The good news is that they're mostly arriving from behind the base. So the only thing that they might damage is the greenhouse. Oh, no. Okay, I don't see anything bad. I think we're safe. We may need to start really properly investing in some military hardware. Especially if we start dealing with more pirates and stuff. And as you keep angering every single other faction as you steal their ships.
Energy low.
No, it's fine. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just going to mitigate the consequences. Where the heck they put the armory on this vessel? I feel like it would be here-ish. Can't say I know for certain. Wouldn't be in the greenhouse. I built the greenhouse myself. Here, hallway, no. Secretly downstairs, maybe. Random bit of stone. Something just loaded. Okay, Cycling around to the same 4 locations is not going to help me find... Oh, there it is. I don't need a welder. Good, good. Everything is going okay. But I am still procrastinating. Oh, the plants have grown. Okay, I'm going to swap over to, instead of 8 of each, it's just going to be 12 fruit, 12 vegetable, because that's our, like, foods. We don't have a use for mushrooms just yet, and they grow pretty fast and without issues, so we can always just grow them once we have a use for them. We've got a stockpile, so at emergency notice, we can just convert them into spores and grow them as needed. We'll be ready. So I do want to make sure that the food is ready to go. I have a desire to go on a journey. But really what I need to do, the responsible thing to do, is build a ship. Alright, plants planted. So of all of the food options, you recommended the chili. Takes 4. This takes 3, but less. This takes 2 vegetables, 1 fruit. Interestingly, the situation has inverted. We have more fruit than we do vegetables. So 2 fruit, 1 vegetable. 3 vegetable, 1 fruit is chill. Oh, that explains it. You made a bunch of chili and it was all vegetable. Makes sense. So 3 to 1, 2 to 1, or 1 to 2. Okay, I've gotten an equal mix of red pellets and garden slaw. I know they're not like as densely packed as chili, but I think it balances our resources a bit better. Taken 5 each, and that will be a good balance, and now our food supplies can continue to grow. Splendid. Meanwhile... no more distractions. Build a ship. Now I'm wondering what kind of ship... okay, so I see you have cut off the thruster block of the solar barge. And it is slowly, conveniently drifting towards the hangar. Is your plan simply to remove this entirely? You can't hear me when that break. That's okay. I think this ship has reached sort of its equilibrium. It's specifically like a long-distance one-person transport. And while that is good, I need something better. Or at least that can do a different role. I think I'm just gonna make that mining ship. Well... no, yeah, no, wait, no. Yeah? No? I'm very indecisive. Maybe I just go really modular with this to start off. Let's build a ship first. Got all the parts that a ship needs or wants. Like an interior. Those are the usual starting materials for any particular object. Let's start. Let's start by building a ship. Let's start by building the command seat. Pretty much just designing blind here, but hopefully it will convert into something interesting. One that goes from this into a full block on that side. Kinda, but no. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's this. No, I'm looking for, like, the corner. Yeah. No. I don't think the geometry I'm looking for exists. Could be a big vessel based on how this is going. I'm liking this. Say, moving forward, this is a... generally spacious interior up to a point. Yeah? All right. If you're certain. Yeah, I'm seeing the vision here. So this is going to be like an outward forward bit. Then this is going to connect to the rest of the ship. Be a more sturdy connection, I think. I like this. This is a good start. Idea. Well, two ideas. Idea number one is that in order to make construction of this easier, I'm going to keep this vessel magnetically locked to it. Preferably somewhere on the bottom. Just as sort of like a provided support and dampener. I want to be careful because this thing will wreck the frame right now if the thrust starts damaging it. Be maximally careful. I'm going to connect to it like this for now, and then we can move this whenever we feel we have a new direction of inquiry. Very good. Step 2, I'm gonna bring this around to the other side of the base. That's fine. You have a good sleep in the farm eventually. While you're there, you can look outside and watch me construct this vessel, I guess. Good luck. To you two, as well, I guess. Yeah, it's like you're watching the stream. And you are. We're gonna swap these out for the welder and grinders of old. Wherever they put those. That should be a tool, right? Like, instead of just the drill, welder, and grinder, it's, which one did they put the multi-block? There it is. Very good. Good. Should it be a welder and grind? Oh, these are... The inventories on these are different. I have to remove the adapter plates. Interesting problem. The adapters are only necessary if I'm turning it into a drill, which I have stopped doing. So there's our welder. Now, do we double welder or do we half welder, half grinder? I think I would like to do half and half. Just in case what we do changes. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to put as many construction components on this ship as possible. Of a variety. Mostly steel plate, of course, but of a variety. Oh wow, we still have ore on board. This thing's already got a pretty good amount of random junk on it. It's like it knows what it wants to do. There you go. Too much of this extra stuff, but it'd be nice to keep it around. Alright, let's try it with phase 1. Engage phase 1. Oh wow, even now the ship is pretty heavy. Okay, upgrade the welder, upgrade the drill, and we have to upgrade them because, of course, these are not the sci-fi ones. The thing the ship is definitely struggling with is the thrusters and energy production. We may need to add more batteries to this just to help it deal with, like, maximum voltages. Oh, thank you. You picked a bad time to leave. A pirate scout drone has just appeared. Oh, that works nicely. Well, first off, it's clear to me that this ship doesn't have any displays on board, or maybe girders? Sorry, the bulletproof glass. I meant bulletproof glass, but I said displays. Bullet... Well, I guess that's because we don't have much bulletproof glass at all. Fortunately, silicon is available. Bullet. Oh, they made it batches of 6? Oh, no, that's just how fast it's updating the inventory. I'll put these in here, see what happens. Very good. And we're out again. Can I fit? I think I fit. I'm missing something to complete the chair. What is it? Computers. Good. All right, cool. We've got like a mock bridge. For these, yeah, just need more bulletproof. I think I ordered those to be built. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. But like this part of the ship isn't so important that it needs to be constructed right now. I'm gonna trust that the space pirates don't actually know I'm here. Doesn't seem like they know where I am. Okay, bootleg bridge complete. Let's add some other nonsense. Still, we're on board. Put that away in the interest of making the ship easier to handle. Okay, we may need to start thinking about the actual handling of the ship's components. Like, for instance, I'm thinking of putting a vent for air. Well, let me put it on the interior. Is that because this is technically a block on the inside? It is. So are those, and so are those. You can't put a block anywhere in here. Okay, so that means I need to either make it longer. Oh, wait, there's an air vent block? Put that in there. Full air vent. Very interesting. Highly desirable. Well, because it doesn't fit. And then I would like a... Let's detach this for a moment. Need room. Why'd I try to park it in space? I was like, oh yeah, that's what you do when you exit a ship, you park. Oh, you mean like some like proper nacelles? Yeah. But like wing nacelles. I guess I could vaguely stylize this like an airplane. But that's not going to be important. What's important is general function. And the next function that we need is a door.
Meteor storm inbound.
So in terms of doors, we have sliding door, and we have door. I think for an interior, because this isn't strictly an airlock, it's just sort of an extra cabin, we can use a regular door. Take some of that interior plate, please. So we have a vent, a door, and I think we should put a cargo access port here. Provided that's a real thing. No, it's DLC, darn it. Well. What's this one? Handling. Utility. Not really what I'm intending here. Broadcast controller, jump drive, cryo chamber. Maybe like an emergency cryo chamber, but I really think the bridge is just going to be the bridge. Maybe a button panel. Well, it wouldn't fit. Okay, let's keep it simple for now. I want this to sort of expand outwards from here. Maybe. Might need more room for things. We want to also expand downwards. It's because we do need to make sure that we can keep the conveyor system running for this, and it could just go forward, but we're also going to have to cut across somewhere possibly if we want to care about this side. It'll give us room to run connectors under the floor here. Yeah. Now it's just a floor. That's sort of the start of our ship's internal important structures. Do this, and that is the sort of connecting layer. Oh. I bumped the ship. Bring in the anchor. Maybe I should convert it to station temporarily. That way this isn't a problem. See, you've tested. This is going bad. We've lost something. Connect, darn you. Connect, darn you. Oh, I'm injured. What? Oh, boy. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Give me what I need. This is the bare minimum of what I need right now. Get back in the ship. Where's it going? I have no reverse thrust. Whatever you have, whatever you have. I just need one. More. No construction components. Get online. Okay, where the heck has the actual vessel gone? I see it. Before it hits the gravity well, please. Alignment. We have it. Okay, get this thing back to the station. Step 2. Get inside. Vert to station. Okay, good. Now it's not going anywhere. Repairs will be needed. A lot of repairs will be needed. Okay, everything's back to normal now. Now that we can stop being stressed the heck out about all the everything that's happening, let us consult. First off, let's produce just a bunch of construction components in bulk. Just like full production of, like, let's say several hundred interior plate, like 100 motors, 100 pipe, girder. We got some computers already. Like a little bit of everything. Now, it's not a lot of everything, but it's a little bit of everything. That'll help make the system. Okay, second, this ship is about to experience problems. In particular, its battery is going down. And the reason is because this thing has no uranium on board. It's out. So this thing is not getting power. And that's why the ion thrusters are reacting so poorly to everything going on. I think I would like to emergency slap on some large batteries onto this thing and make it just sort of a battery-powered barge. 2 small batteries is not enough to power this thing for any reasonable amount of time. And if we don't have the uranium to keep it stocked and running, we need to seek alternatives. Okay. Where would we put some batteries in this thing? I think I would put batteries right on the top. Plate to build battery. So we're upgrading from 2 small to 2 large. More power cells. We have a lot of power cells in the barge, I remember this. One of these containers. What the heck? How are there so many? There's so much. Well, that's enough. We are here. Go that way. No, it's not a problem. I thought I had already sorted. I'm upside down. That's why I'm confused. I'm confused. That means this might be the bottom of the ship. Yeah, okay. I've reoriented myself. Batteries in here. Power's still going down on these. I think it's because the refinery's been running 24/7. How's power in the actual full base? It is going down. The solar panels are not enough right now. And how are the solar panels? They're going fine. So it is just a problem of output's greater than input. Turn off the gravity. Could help things out for a bit. It's not lost on me that it's been about a half hour. Yep, you can see that the plants have grown. Put these away. That's a good pile. Leave that for a bit. Okay, at the very least, this vessel can have power moved to it. Get these batteries into recharge mode, and how will that do for them? We recharged in 13 minutes at the detriment of the base. That's okay. Assembly's been going for a while. This ship no longer has to be here. Okay, now that I have a moment, let's look at the interesting design that you've sketched up here. It's a very, very, very straightforward design here. And you want this for the ship I'm making. Oh, you want this ship wide. I want the ship really wide. Interesting, interesting. So, to sort of give an explanation for what Thega is suggesting here, it's effectively a very wide, narrow ship where we have like this structural pod and then like a very thin structural segments going to the side into like very big nacelle-like wings. It's an interesting design. I kind of like the sort of modular nature of it because it means that I can build individual components and then just sort of slap other components on as needed. Those particular components would probably not need anything to connect them aside from conveyor. I want to put, like, weapons on it as well. I will definitely put the design into consideration. I guess I have to face the question of what do I want this ship to do / be. And that's scary because I have to decide things. And the moment I decide something, there's opportunity costs involved. Yeah, but if it's going to be that, it's going to need a lot of elements to it. Because if it's going to be the sequel to Danger Base, it needs to be, like, as big as Danger Base, eventually. It would need production, it would need storage, it would need food, like, it would need to... This thing would need to be gigantic. I don't know if I'm ready for that just yet. I don't want this to be the mothership. I would like this to be a stepping stone on that process. I do think it should be... a step up from this one, possibly a replacement to this one. I think I would choose Hydro. Because we've got ice. We've got ice available. Okay, let's scale back. Let's figure out some design, some idea, some thoughts here. What do we need? Okay, I think I understand what I want this to be. I want this to be... I think first and foremost, I want this ship that we're building to be able to travel long distances, be a functional replacement for this as our, like, method of long-distance transport. But an important step up from this is I want it to be armed. I want a ship with guns on it. Doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be a gunship, but I want it to be able to hold its own in combat. That'll give us some new opportunities that we do not have currently. Let's think on the design a bit. Like, let's say I'm sitting here. Yeah, okay. I want this to have what kind of cannons do we have available to us? Let me see the weapon arrangement we have available to us. Where is weapon? Warfare 1, not DLC. Weaponry. So we have the classic Gatling turret. I think I want this thing to be a bit more heavily armed. Maybe not. Large grid. Yeah, I'm thinking, I definitely, okay. This is not going to be like a very manually operated vessel. I think I just want it to be like a ship, you fly it in, it's got turrets, it shoots. We won't deal with like phenomenal piloting or anything just yet. I just want a ship that has weapons to go. And I think base of an assault cannon would be good. My goodness, these are huge. Gatling turret, rocket turret, artillery turret. Yeah, the assault cannon, I think. Yeah, you would definitely have a fighter for that kind of thing. I'm really struggling here to like decide, to make choices. All right. You have a good point. In order to better sort of map out how this is going to go, I'm going to dismantle what we have currently. I won't go into the details of
Inventory full.
like everything that's here.
Full.
And instead, let's lay out like the floor. Like just the floor.
Energy low.
First off, will this ship have an interior? And the answer is I'd like it to. Would be nice. Okay, so just like full on flat, like make the silhouette of it. Even bother with the details here. Never designed a warship before. And I don't think I'm going to start. So this is not going to be like a warship. It's not going to be a gunship. It's just going to be a ship with guns. So start with the ship, get the guns later. But then what does it do? It goes long distances and can hold its own in more dangerous scenarios. It's this ship, but better. Could be a hauler. It will probably have more cargo capacity than this ship here. It's not really going to be intended for carrying cargo so much as it is being able to accumulate small amounts of cargo over a long duration of time. I'm imagining me doing a lot of salvage missions with this ship being sort of a local bank. It's the wallet of all of the stuff we've acquired, which we can then sort of use wherever. So let's say we have the central cockpit. You go through a door, you go into a main area which is intended to be your utility room. That room's going to have things like the cryo on a wall. It's going to have cargo access. Just general resources in a reasonable space. Then under the floor, it can have things like tanks and O2 generators and cargo space. But not much, just sort of like in a layer. If you imagine there's like a thin layer of stuff underneath, it'll just sort of be like flat packed under there. Let's get the steel again, more steel. Allow me to steal some of that. So just knowing the size of things we need, we're going to need like, let's say an O2 tank, an H2 tank, probably another H2 tank, an O2 generator. And like plenty of cargo. Let's say it functionally goes out to here. The actual cockpit to enter the ship will be located No, we don't need the hydrogen tanks there. I know what we can do. Okay. Vega, I am gonna basically go with your design, kind of. We can then have a sort of mildly reinforced cargo line going out to a small distance, which will then hold like some, effectively it's going to hold the hydrogen tanks and the thrusters on the hydrogen tank. Whether we go for the huge hydrogen tanks or not, I don't know. I think we might just go for the smaller ones. So, like, in principle, it'll be slightly paneled up, so it's not like a complete vulnerable target. But then we're going to have, like, the hydrogen tank on board. It'll be a thruster in the front, thruster in the back. Oh, we could layer this. Like, one tank down here, one tank up here, another pair over here. Have thruster in the back, thruster in the front, and then, like, top and bottom are available. The outside is also good, and it could be, like, the heart is a conveyor junction that goes through the whole side. I can envision it. And then the back of the ship could almost be, like, open. Just a sort of utility platform for the purposes of, like, landing smaller ships to carry them with you, or like docking for drones, or like cargo grabbing. Like it's effectively a flatbed for holding things. That'll also double as our entrance. Okay, and then from there we can add further defenses, like down here on the bottom put a few turrets, up on the top put a few turrets. And then this component could even be attached via like a merge block in. We're turning this into a tractor trailer of some kind, where this can separate, drop this off, and let it do its thing while this ship keeps going for some reason, if necessary. And then we could make, like, I don't know, more modules to swap these out. But then this fundamentally is a ship that can survive, and then these components can be whatever we want to bring with us. Okay. I like it. So assuming this vague profile, then the one thing I know is that this will be a merge block. That on top of it will have a door. The door that will be our airlock. As soon as I find the dang door button. I should really organize these more into logical collections instead of what I've actually done, which is just sort of put them in the next available open slot and completely ignored everything else. Just door, please. This is getting incredibly silly. Part of it's my insistence that it must already be somewhere and that I just haven't found it. Yeah, okay, I'll just pick up a door and put it somewhere. So it will be this kind of door for airlock purposes. I kinda wish it could go out a bit further. Is this interior space really gonna be that small? Maybe we start it here.
Energy low.
Then move the merge block one out. Alright. Back in the cryopod, reload our energy. Okay, I'm getting an increased vision here. It's beginning to make sense what this is going to try to be. Got access on the back wall, okay. And I need interior. Okay. I want to start ransacking for general construction now. That'll do, even some spare girders maybe. Some construction components. Okay, so this is going to be the connection to the cell part. Then we want this here anyway. So here. Here. Put a survival kit on board, probably. Then a cargo container for general access. And that's the interior, pretty much. Gonna make that airlock. So that's the benefit. You do full block along the top or bottom, as long as it's a way in. I'm going to try and keep what I'm constructing 2 layers thick for now, and go from there. There and there, and I think that's generally good enough. Let's get ventilation over everything, so the anti-vent block. One air vent full, and we want them facing down. One for the airlock. I've already violated my own rule on this. Let's just start with this. We're gonna make medical component. Do we have what we need to make medical components? Um... We do. Great. There is, I suppose. Got everything we need right here, though.
Ship fuel low.
Yeah, I'm aware of this. These two can stop recharging. Okay, you know, it's not that bad. In fact, things are working now. I guess the refinery ran out of stuff. Anything in here doesn't go anywhere else. Let's take those out. Go over to here. Oh, no, they do connect. Okay. Construction components. Fill the ship. It can go one way, but... Oh, wait, it's a size problem. Let's move everything from... Consolidate everything. And we can hide empty. Okay. Now that we have all that, we can completely ignore the refinery for a moment. We put every construction type material into the modular cargo container, either A or B, it doesn't matter. We take all of it. The game has decided to crash itself. Ominous. Yeah, I agree. Oh, I'm back. Here. Got an idea.
Ship fuel low.
It's okay.
Ship fuel critical.
Fixed it. Okay. You are empty. Good. Oh. You too? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine. Here's the plan. I'm gonna add a filter. Sort? Yes. I need interior plate. Give me the interior plate. Then, connector. I'm trying to build a battery. Try that again. You. Okay, so then we go to the sorter. We want components in whitelist mode. And we want to steal all of it. Now we attach here. And what happens? We steal everything. Congratulations, we now have a construction ship. Pretty good. So the inventories of the current ship are fine for this purpose. They don't have any weird extra thing. Don't gotta worry about it. So this will simply accumulate everything in the universe. And we're happy about that. Has it stopped? Oh, it has successfully taken everything. Great. Now I'm interested. This thing is like nearly full. Maybe it's just me, but the sheer volume of stuff in this vessel seems anomalous. More specifically, it seems like more stuff than it was in there previously. I'm worried something's up. Oh, you just put it in. Okay. Well, that eases my concerns then. Is this one of everything? If not, it's almost. That's a little bit neater. Not that I'm going to do anything about it right now. So back to the design mission here. Let's take this for a test drive. Well, the power problem has been solved. Now let's see if using this as a construction ship is a generally good plan. It's struggling for the things we run out of, but it just means we have to make more. Alright, so what are we out of? We are out of computers, it seems. And medical components. But yeah, it seems like computers are the problem. Let's check in here. The computer. And indeed, we have none. Great, so that's a good sanity check that, despite the fact that we are annoyed that we have few resources, the system works. We just steal some computers out of here. Out of here. Definitely out of there. And then some more steel plate. Then comfortably put it all in this and go back to welding. All right, the medical components. Did we go back in time to before I put those up for production? I think we did. Oh, we can't hold that many. Oh, there's an even added benefit to this, is that if I do this... Well, actually, I don't know. Kept our food on me. There we go.
Meteor storm inbound.
Uh-oh. Okay, construction ship's going well. I'm not gonna connect the floors just yet. Next up, I'm gonna start working on the nacelle bits. In my mind, I want a reinforced conveyor tube would probably be normal. But I think instead what I'm going to have is a regular tube that will then just be paneled up so it looks like it's nice and industrially reinforced. Interior plate. Oh, I've turned this into like a proper one way. I can't take stuff out the other way. Interesting. I guess what I want then is another connector for later. I mean, the cells are going to be vulnerable anyway. I think them just being particularly short and then paneled will be fine. Like, there's going to be armor around it. Reinforced or no, it's going to be a problem. Then we start doing some nacelle type stuff. Oh, and that happened. So the way I envision this is a pair of hydrogen tanks. Small variant. Knowing we can't insert into the side of these, but I understand. Stick with the junctions just for maximum convenience. Then the tanks will go here and here. And then put a cluster of thruster here, 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 and here. I'm ran out of steel plate. So if this arrangement was then repeated on the other side, we would end up with 4 thrusters for forward and back, and then 2 for every other direction, which I think is a decent balance. So let's then replicate on here. This isn't much more thrust, or even any more thrust, than this ship had. But that's okay. This is not intended to be, like, highly maneuverable. To compensate, it has a lot bigger fuel tank. It's designed for duration, not so much quick flight like this one is. Well, I think this one's better at actually going to the surface than the one we're building. Starting to feel real. Plus, we do want those hydrogen tanks to be separated from the main ship, because if those go, they do cause an explosion. So this is the heart of our thrust control. Let's see how much of it we can build. Start here in this corner for maximum building of everything possible. This thing does not slow down quickly. Here we go. Is there a problem? We've run out of everything immediately. That stinks. Instruction components are gone. Metal grid is gone. Seem to be the big ones. Okay, I'm going to... Like, isn't it alright with you if I, like, fully ransack the inventory of the solar barge for taking components? Alright, thank you. I just consider it your barge, and the parts inside it are parts of the barge that was yours. Well, metal grid's there. Construction component, good. We'll need a lot of large tubes for this. Make sure we take those. What's still in my inventory that I couldn't deposit? Oh. There's some tubes. It doesn't like me putting in everything. Oh, it probably had to go through the sorter slowly. I see. The conveyor sorter has a maximum throughput, it seems. And this one. That should be fine for now. Alright, back to the ship. Proper military vessel over there. Not just a ship that can do combat, but a ship made for combat. Scary. Okay, approach easy, don't go too fast. Really? Oh, right, metal grids. We have not solved the metal grid crisis. And the barge didn't really have any metal grids on it because it was very much a different kind of design. I don't remember if the ion thrusters use metal grids. Only I had an ion thruster nearby to check. They don't. Well, while that's busy, I guess we can try and fill in other things, like here. Even just having any of the fundamentals to make this ship operational would be good. Easy. Now what? We're out of small steel tube. Seller does a little bit. Then check how many we needed. Okay, this is enough that we have a hydrogen tank, some hydrogen thrusters, need this one online, that one online, and then one over there in order to get full thrust 6-degree control. Don't forget the gyro. Also, we actually need battery power, but also this whole thing is a station, so it doesn't matter right now anyway. Could make this section shorter. Doesn't need to be that tall, but I think now that we're starting to get the kind of silhouette of it, I kind of like this. These forward bits can be bulked up. This interior can sort of be shallowed in, and then We can run some conveyor in here to be able to, like, funnel out to a turret on the sides. I do have a concern, though. Wait a minute. Oh, man. We could do it. Yeah, okay, okay. These are purely keeping the ship connected parts right now. Because I had a thought. We will lose the merge block. Alright, so, having done this, do that. Suddenly that's a single piece. Was it good that it's a single piece? I don't know. This isn't going to really be outward facing that much. There's another layer here which will help defend it. Eh. It'll be secured. You can put that merge block back now. And then remove all this. Okay, anyway. I worry we run out of supplies. I worry we run out of components. I worry we run out of build material. I worry we run out of iron. Because with this thing being repurposed from, like, construction, this is no longer a mining compatible vessel. I look for all iron that we own. We have 44,000 iron here, 13,000 iron here. Grand scheme of things, it's not that much. Oh wait, how's the plants doing? Get more in there. Am I worrying too much? Probably. That's not going to stop me. Okay, let's try constructing a bit more. Could dismantle that one. Focus on the essentials right now, just enough to get this ship operational. Okay. Beyond this, one more engine. Because worst case scenario, we could just mount a mining drill to this and use this as our barge. Temporarily, at least. Okay. Next thing we probably need to do is the lower level. By converting this whole thing to a single structure. Oh, okay, hold on. This is an issue. There's no access for conveyor on this side. At least not as presented. I think I know a way around that. And it's to go around it. The responsible thing to do would be to go from here, but I don't want to go from here. Need interior plate. No, I'll go from here. And truthfully, it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look that good, but it'll get the job done. It's complicated because we need a... Well, one, I want to keep this area thin, otherwise it'd just be like fat and go around. Don't want to cut into the nacelle, and the nacelle needs armor, so we need to keep that open for armor. Is that a steel again? No, I'm not. What's wrong with this? Oh. Have I lit the ship? I have. How did I do that? No, I know exactly what happened. That's connected enough. That will get us inventory on the bottom. It's ever so slightly redundant for safety reasons. Odds are I'm about to construct this and it'll construct the floor as well, but that's fine. Alright, now we can start laying out the bottom. The bottom will have all of our sort of like sensitive components. So like an oxygen tank, O2H2 generator, some cargo. Batteries, gyros. Start with cargo. One here and one here. I think we only need one O2H2 generator because it is simply being used as a means of producing its basic survival component elements. That will immediately be followed up by the oxygen tank. The oxygen tank itself is purely for breathing. Has no other function on the ship. So those are connected. Put a gyro here and a gyro here. Step I think would be a battery here and a battery here. We already have hydrogen tanks. They're on the nacelles. What? Oh, oops. Thanks for catching that. There we go. That would have been an awkward problem several hours from now. I think we'll just fill it in with more cargo now. And then, sneakily, we want a cargo here, because this will be fully connected through the tank. And then, in the future, if we want more than just merge, we could also have this cargo outlet. And that's our bottom of the ship. Well, the bottom interior. The basement. try constructing. Eat. And from here, and we don't need to do the other side because it's symmetric. We can just do one side and it'll be enough for starting. Figures. Okay, we are very out of stuff. Which stuff is it, though? We're out of small tubes, large tubes. Small tube. Power cells. Steel. Not a good sign. Okay, another brief detour to the solar barge. There's some small, there's some large, there's some steel. Those are the things I just asked for. But the ship end up coming to a stop. Earlier than I expected. You in there. Yeah, that's more what I expected to happen. This is the one I just ransacked. So let's say blue is out of stuff I'm interested in. Yellow is... well, it's got a lot of small. I don't need thruster components because I'm not making an ion ship. Get rid of that. This other blue, which has this, more small steel, more motors. Okay. Going to a good cause.
Meteor storm inbound.
Oh boy. Watch your head. Ooh, and power. Okay, that's some good supplies. Back around. I could have just moved the barge, I suppose. Oh, what? Not enough power cells after all that? I'll have to make some more. At least it's a minor issue. A niche problem. Move on to the gyro. And what's the problem here? No more steel. Okay, just produce like 1,000 steel. 1,000 might not even be enough. What? It's becoming clear to me that we will need to be using this as an emergency mining ship for a while. Okay, what's missing for, like, basic functionality? Well, if we're going to be doing that mining drill thing, I am going to add a drill to the front. That's going to require the steel and a little bit of interior plate. And then at least at the bare minimum, we'll have a functioning vehicle of any kind. What? Out of steel again. Well, hopefully the base has finished producing a good batch of it. Give me the steel. Give me the additional steel. This also needs to be completed. We can get around it. I could manually move it over, or I just put a connector somewhere else temporarily for now. But we do need a connector. And we need to finish one more thruster, which unfortunately is in a terrible spot because it has a lot of other required components. Which means I may want to just add an extra temporary thruster right here. It's not going to hit anything. Not for now, at least. Oh wait, we don't have down either. Which means we need to make 2 more. The other one at least might be easier. Because it's just that and that conveyor. That's probably a lack of... Yep. What about you? Oh, your interior plate. Didn't mean to start constructing that, but that's okay. Alright. So, despite appearances, this is a usable vessel. There are a few problems with it. One, it has no fuel. That is solved by repurposing some ice. Just a little ice. Just to get the engines running. Divided into scenic here. Oh, that's like nothing. But the thrusters are online. Let's see what we got. Approximately no anything. It is a ship now, though. Dump all the other components that we need and get ice. More ice. Additional ice. Better. Okay, we have input, hydrogen. We are loading fuel. I am now going to burst the engines just to check how much fuel that translates to actually being able to use. Well, we're still going up technically, though I do think we've lost a few decimals of a percent there. Okay. I have a plan. I have an idea. We can do theft. In order to do theft, we need one more thing. Thing I alluded to earlier. We need a connector. You should have enough components to make a connector. Right there. No, what are we missing? Small steel tube. Easy enough. Okay. This vessel can now attach to another vessel. You might be thinking, oh, we can use that to attach to the base. I don't know if we have enough fuel to attach to the base. So, we're attaching it to this thing, which is now technically operating as a tanker. That's the basics of the plan. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There we go. So, now that I've done this, what is the benefit of me having done this? We can transfer hydrogen. Hello and welcome! You are just in time for me to steal hydrogen from myself. And stockpile. Oh no, I think we've completely depleted the other ship. No? Oh, actually, no, yeah, we might have. It's just, we're currently connected, so it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that was our empty. So, stockpile a little bit. You know, just enough to get back. In fact, we could do multiple trips here. If we fill this thing up with hydrogen and then siphon, we should have plenty. There's the entrance. Oh yeah, 3% hydrogen remaining. Get there. Please work. Didn't work. Every time with this one. Okay, now we go to the tanks. We stockpile. We know the ship has plenty... Well, the station has plenty of hydrogen. So this is not scary to do. Thank you for wishing me luck in the success of the ship. I also hope the ship succeeds. Because without it, we can't get any resources. Otherwise, I'll have to unbuild the ship. Reinstate our old mining vessel. We good there? Yeah, we good there. Alright. Back up. Soon. Now we will safely be able to fill up the one hydrogen tank on the new vessel. We'll hopefully have enough for a quick trip to either the ice asteroid or the iron asteroid. Succeeding at the ice asteroid will be a good proof of concept. The iron asteroid is really where the benefit in this lies. We could also just keep this ship attached to that ship and use it as a sort of, like, bonus propulsion. In the event that this ship gets stranded, we'll use the Wayfinder as our emergency rescue. And this should be safe to fill because the other ship has 2 of these and this one only has 1 right now. Great. One last thing. This is an issue that I have failed to account for multiple times before. And I'm not going to make the same mistake again. That's right. I am remembering. But failing to find it in the hotbar, that's okay. I am putting an ore detector on. And we will be able to find ores that aren't on the surface. Even if we already have the GPS coordinates, our old mining ship forgot to have a detector. For convenience. And now we will. Oh, come on. What's missing? We're out of steel completely. You're out of construct... Or maybe we're not close enough. Oh, phew. And that's probably the detector component. No, it's construction. We're out? Wow, I thought we had more than enough. Whoop. Well, another thing to make 1,000,000 of. Which is to say 1,000. But that's why we're going on this mission, so that we can build 1,000,000 of everything. Too short. Not tall enough. If I can do comedy, I suspect I am actually feeling pretty okay about the situation. Okay. I have given this every advantage I could think to. Time to see what this thing can do. This is brand new craft who has not yet been named. Skeleton structure mining mission in 3, 2, 1. Away. So the question is, do we go for ice or do we go for iron? I think we go for iron. we are away. Okay, given that our hydrogen still says we're at 25%, which makes sense, we have 1 of 4 hydrogen tanks full. I think we're not going to be worried about fuel. Especially if we don't go anywhere else. So let's not go anywhere else. Once we have this ship well established, let's say, and we can just do trips back and forth to get more iron repeatedly, I'm gonna feel a lot better of just spamming construction on the assemblers at home. We could even invest in those module things that I've never used before, because apparently they're good. Beginning slow down. Okay. Oh, right, we need the drill tool. Alright, I suppose we just sort of, like, graze across the edge of the asteroid here and see if the detector detects. We're gonna have a little bit of problem excavating deep to get to an iron deposit. I know there is at least one iron deposit on the surface. Probably best to use that one. Oh. We have a hit. One thing the ship is lacking is a flashlight. Lost 1% on our fuel. I'll just use the helmet light. Just let the vessel coast. Trying to use parallax to determine how deep this iron is. Could this be the surface deposit just seen from another side? I think so. The surface deposit did like to be shrouded in darkness. Hard to tell. Seems mostly to the right of us. Oh, there it is. There's our handiwork from last time. Okay. Now we can safely do some surface mining. Don't exactly know when the ship will consider itself full. I'm just looking at the mass number, seeing when it decides to stop going up. Feels like it slowed down, but I think it's just because I'm no longer close enough to the Auroch. Let's do a manual check. Control C sent the one connector is full. Cargo container is 2,000. Okay, so say we're more than halfway done, maybe more than 75% done. The drill being full will be unquestionably our tell. I've never really gotten to have a proper construction ship before. The hull breaker has been really changing how I think about the components and stuff, and it's probably the only way we'd be able to build a ship of any reasonable size. And guess what? We are. Okay, the drill is starting to fill up now. Connector's full, cryo chamber's full. Wait, the cryo chamber is taking some of this? That's not what it's supposed to do. Okay, I'm declaring us full. So we've roughly doubled the mass of the ship, maybe even tripled. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Have enough. Now we just need to figure out where Danger Station is. That's the moon. Can't see Earth-like anywhere. Oh, never mind, found it. So Danger Station should be over here. Okay. Can't really see that well. Actual border between base and not base. So I'm gonna give it a wide angle. We are away. Our acceleration definitely worse off now, but it should be fine. And now that we've specialized two of our ships, this one being a mining ship and the hull breaker now purely a construction ship, it means we don't have to worry about the conveyor sorter nonsense. Let's stay at that speed. Took us like what? A kilometer to accelerate? Now this connector can attach to Danger Station directly, at which point we will be able to offload all this iron. Okay, right when I was feeling like I was having a good time, you've decided to spawn a vulture. Oh boy. Does seem like ice is going to be a problem. All right, let's start decelerating. I think I timed that quite well. Okay. It's not lost on me that the vulture is getting closer while I'm stationary. It does have some parallax. Okay. That's a win. So that means now that we have unrestricted access to a bunch of steel, we put just a bunch into production. Let's check these whole module things, because I've never used them before, and I probably should. So, speed modules increase the production speed of refineries or assemblers when connected. Yield modules increase production yield of refineries when connected. Power modules decrease power consumption of refineries or assemblers when connected. Well, I don't think I have superconductors. Plenty of computer, though. So I can make faster. That's nice. Yield would be nice in a long-term sense, but I assume that's why they need superconductors. That's okay, though, because for right now, we just want to produce a whole lot of everything. Maybe a lot of steel, a lot of steel, a lot of steel. Maybe not that much. We already did that. Do it again. That should be a decent collection of the basics. We'll then get some more complicated things. And as far as, like, the steel components, I think we'll be okay. Check our ice reserve. Okay, we've got about twice an irrigation system can hold. Oh, thank you. Did you harvest all the plants when you went to sleep? Thank you. Very kind of you. And I see you... No, those are just the ones I made earlier. Oh, maybe I was in the middle of it and just didn't come back. I think I remember that now, yeah. No worries. Okay, I think the vulture is moving strictly sideways to us now. It should start increasing in distance soon. I hope. Yes. Okay. We're safe. From that. Now, the solar barge looks different without most of its engines. Still has two. If we really want to actually move it in exactly one dimension. Now that you are functioning, I guess the next problem in the carousel of issues is power. We have pretty decent power generation from this collection of solar panels, but it's not actually enough to keep everything running all the time. Go to here, go to control panel, go to battery. The base will run out of power in 32 minutes. And that is because its output is 1.16 megawatts and its input is 0.63. Interestingly, that's almost exactly half. This suggests to me that if I double the amount of solar panels that exist currently, gonna have to shuffle production around a little bit. Not all of it, though. We're lucky to be on an asteroid that's close to Earth-like that doesn't actually experience nighttime due to being too close to Earth-like. That's really fortunate for us. Doubt they have given me any girders to start this, but I actually think it's steel plates that start this, if I remember. And I'm just gonna make this wider. Let's just do what we can. Makes sense that the major bottleneck is the girders. Don't really stockpile those. Back down we go. Maybe due to put one closer to the actual door. Out of nothing. Idea. This should still have some bonus extra components around. Makes sense that it's mostly the solar cells that it struggles with, but that's okay. That's what's being produced first. Very good. Now it's just more cells. Yep. Lovely.
Energy low.
Excellent. All right. We should now have a vessel, a base, a structure capable of handling our energy needs perpetually, assuming I do nothing else. In case of complete emergency, I can always turn off the gravity. But I think now we're breaking even on power. It should remain true with the slight complication that there is one time when the sun is opposite of where it is right now, where it cuts through this rock and the lower panels can't see it. Other than that, and the fact that I put these solar panels on upside down and I think it looks ugly, I think we're in a good spot. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. Of course I'm gonna fix it. Do you think there's a world to save on resources by having a solar panel that only gets solar paneled on one side? For example, for this sun tracking turret, it's never going to see the sun on the back side of it. That's not where it's tracking. I suppose it might just be easier to program, but I also think... Now, thinking about it, it's helpful that it's double-sided, because what if you want these solar panels to be on this edge of the block or this edge? Giving the option is good, I think. Could just have an inverted solar panel, but that just overcomplicates things. Nobody actually cares that much, and it makes it look like a solar panel on both sides of it. Great. Aesthetic issue solved. We can now evaluate other things, such as, is this actually giving us enough power? Let's check the battery. That just opens the door. Give me a proper terminal here. Current input is 1.28 megawatts. Current output is 1.28 megawatts. it does appear that we have broken even, at least as far as this battery is concerned. This one's access denied, but similar situation. Oh, right, this is the one on the ship. This is our base battery. It does seem like we are perfectly breaking even, which is all right. And we can make this even better if we do this. Current input is 50 kil. This is not going to make a dent. Attempting to save power by lowering the gravity on this is not going to matter. I think for the time being, we just declare it's good. We could take one of those modules. What is the thing taking the most power right now? Well, this is half a kilowatt. This is also half a kilowatt, or half a gigawatt, megawatt. One of the SI prefixes. And there are slots for the upgrade modules, I see. How much does the modules reduce it by? Let's look it up. Alright, upgrade modules. Let's check out power efficiency module. Power efficiency module is a functional block used in the early mid-game Space Engineers. This module allows assemblers and refiners to operate at the same efficiency but with less power consumption. They are ideal in situations where power is limited and an upgrade to a large reactor is not in sight. However, if power is not your worry, prefer the other upgrade modules. Okay. Okay, so it's a statement of energy efficiency. With one power module, they would go down from half a megawatt to about a third of a megawatt. I think that's worthwhile. And apparently, part of the construction, you want to make sure that the module is touching both segments. Otherwise, the effect is halved. Pianui! Hello. Welcome. I'm building everything. And it's going alright, I think. Currently, I'm about to build a power module onto our refinery so that I am actually not losing power to the base. My goodness, these things are huge. Also, hello everybody else. Need more of those. Okay. Next up, ooh, it'll fit here. With this, power shall be restored to society. Oh, oops. Got rid of my welder. But also, yes, hello everybody. This is Spengineers, in case you were unaware of what game this was. Pretty good one, I like it. Okay, we are down on 8 motors and 40 power cells. The power cells are an inevitability, which I can prioritize by going to the production tab, moving this from here to there. The motors, I can do the same thing, except for much less time. Motors worry me a little bit because they cost more than simply steel, and steel is the only thing we have in abundance. Though the same could be said for the power cells as well. I won't try and make the full 400 I have reserved. Just enough to finish off this. And then we'll be good on power, we'll be good on iron, we'll be good on food.
Energy low.
We're not good on energy on our suit, unfortunately. Okay, we now have one module operational. That should be saving us a few kilowatts already. I don't know, I suddenly feel like I have to narrate more distinctly now. Okay, go into the production, swap that over to steel, move these actually very far down. Very low priority item. So we can get rid of a lot of these extra girder and computer purchases. Fair enough, you have a good self-care. I'll also self-care by getting out of the maintenance shaft, going into our greenhouse that we have. Oh, right, I can't use the bed. Thig is sleeping in the bed. I have to walk back outside. Given when you joined, it may not be clear exactly where I am right now. Allow me to demonstrate. Welcome to Danger Base. A small asteroid, which I have commandeered as a base. Actually, somebody else commandeered it as a base. I stole their base. We are sitting very scenically, slightly above the Earth-like planet. Very good view, honestly. And I'm currently sitting in the flight seat of the newest vessel, currently half constructed but already operational. It is designed to mine ore right now. It's not actually designed to mine ore long term, but we needed a mining ship to help get the resources to finish building this. So I decided to put it to work early. Pretty good ship, all things considered. Liking what the silhouette's turning into. It's got like a nice little side wing thing, suggested by Thega. No gravity. One minor complaint. I could easily add a gravity element right there. Right now, its job is to ferry all the iron in existence, and it is doing so. Oh wait, let's check that power. Fully recharged in 7 hours, 9 hours, fully depleted in never. Excellent. We are now energy positive. Our 16 solar panels are enough. There they are. Got them nice and situated on this lovely little rotating sun tracking turret. That way we can be certain we always have a nice good source of power. Provided the sun doesn't go... I think it's... There's a spot where the sun goes behind the asteroid for a little bit. Only a little bit, though. Okay, moving back to this. It seems that the refinery is still slow going. See if we can't see the we still have so much. But the refinery has none? Or is this in ship-only mode? It's in ship-only mode. Okay, the refinery is full and rising. If we can't consolidate some of that. I want to get as much ore off of the ship as possible so that we can then depart and get more resources. I'd like to get some ice next. Maybe some support materials like nickel or cobalt. We have a lot of cobalt. Nickel, magnesium, just fill in the inventories. For the time being, just get them out of the cryo chambers at least. Cryo chambers are not where you're supposed to be storing your iron ore. What cryo chamber are they storing it in? Oh, right. They are constructed on the ship. And they are connected to the conveyor system, okay. I'd empty at least. Take the iron ore and any of the cargo containers, move them into survival kit? No. Oh, wait, that's a problem. The survival kit should not be full on iron. That's gonna... I think it'll actually be fine. Put them in the large cargo
Storm
container.
inbound.
Do 1,000. 83,000. Ship only. Is there any remaining? No. Good. The ship is now empty. We can now use it for another journey. And because the other main component of our base is ice, let's go get some. Does this thing have enough fuel? We have one built hydrogen tank. It's 89% full, so 10% of that was lost on our last mission. Let's top up the tank. And depart. We are away. Where is the asteroid? There it is. Go. Yeah, this is pretty much the ship we're working with right now. Not too bad. I certainly like it. Hold on, I'm gonna do photo op. I've altered our course in a way that even if I miss the asteroid, we will fly by it instead of crashing into it. So do not worry about me doing wacky maneuvers for purely aesthetic reasons. It's fine. You know, ship's big enough and functional enough I can just stand on the bridge as it coasts. Walk over here and see our incomplete design. So the basic idea is that we're going to have, like, the command seat here. There's going to be a small door that acts as sort of like a second mini air chamber. Then we can open this up, walk in, be like, hey, what's going on over here? Your survival kit, some cryopods for long duration travel. And then this will be the proper airlock to the ship with an extra little spot here for better airlocking. Ooh, wait, no, that's an important point. We need to... There needs to be a button or module on this side in order to open this door. I could put maybe a... No, it's in the way of the cryo. That's a problem. I might need to extend this further by one. Oh, hey, we're here. Almost missed it. That would have been bad. It would have been embarrassing. But I made sure we had a safe trajectory. Alright, let's get some ice. I'm gonna get some from the free-floating bonus asteroids, simply because they are a health hazard. We have an O2H2 generator on board, so the moment I start drilling into this, some of the ice will go to replenishing our tanks. Well, tank, singular. Only the hydrogen tank now. Oh, no. No, we have an oxygen tank too. That's full. So I believe ice and iron ore, just all like ores, have a similar density, which means that we now have a decent estimate for how much mass our ship will weigh when the tanks are full. It's about 340 metric tons. Or 340 megagrams if you want to be silly with it. Once we get around that number, I can stop and leave. So some of the ice will be converted to hydrogen in the tanks, which might adjust the weight a little bit. The hydrogen in the tanks might adjust the weight a little bit. Let's just go to 330 and call it close enough. And this is the largest mining vessel we have ever created. In terms of carrying capacity. So when we come back with this full tank of ice, this will be the most ice the base has ever possessed. We're going beyond 340. I don't want to go further beyond 340. We have our metric. Good enough. Let's head back to danger. That's not danger. That's probably Hillcrest. Okay, going back this time, there is a danger to flying past the base. If we fly too far past the base, the gravity of the planet will pull us to the ground. And I don't think this ship has the thrust to stop from falling to the planet if we get low enough. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Okay, we're going at a pretty heavy speed here. I think I'm going to start slowing down at 2.5 kilometers out, just to be certain we won't overshoot. Heavier ship means it takes longer to brake. That braking time will be reduced once we have the rest of the ship's engines online. We have one, but nominally, each direction laterally will have two, and then forward and backwards we'll have four. And our fuel capacity will be quadruple what it is currently. All of this and more will await you on the ship that currently still has no name. I'm willing to take suggestions. This is roughly the silhouette. The back of the ship is designed to be able to carry some kind of additional module. Right now I'm just imagining it as a flatbed to carry other smaller ships, as like an open topped hangar. But it could do anything. Okay, we're starting to approach danger base. Lining up our vector real quick, just to get a more accurate approach. Beginning thrust dampening. Okay. Wonder what letters those are. Okay, so there's the hangar, there's the solar panels. The greenhouse should be over there. the wings clear of any obstacles. Hold. There it is. In for a landing. As expected, our hydrogen tanks have been fueled up to maximum thanks to the ice. Okay, we are lined up laterally now. We are locked. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. We are ever so slightly in the gravity field of the gravity generator on the asteroid. So we are falling into the gravity distance. Okay. Gotcha. That's a little funny anomaly that might prove to be an issue later. And it only happens because we are at this altitude. Okay. Weird. But good to know. So now ice is good. Probably in another half hour we can go harvest the plants and then plant more plant. Here's the greenhouse that you all saw for a very brief amount of time. We, oh, they're not done yet. Well, at least some of them are not done. They're about to be done in like 2 minutes. This is the greenhouse. It's also Thega's bedroom, for no real reason. It's just the only room in the station that has air. For the plants you see. And for Thega now. We're currently growing an even mix of generic non-brand vegetable and generic non-brand fruit. And they are finally, after a long period of tenuous stuff, able to accommodate our general food needs. Every cycle of planting, which takes, limited by the fruit, approximately 35 minutes, provides us with, I want to say just about 8 of 2 different types of food. Which is well more than I'm going through in the same period of time. These are the 2 foods. We make an even mix of both because it balances how much of each plant type we need. Another minute on the fruit. We could probably expect the fruit over here to finish slightly earlier because I planted those first. The vegetables are ready to go. I should pick those up first. While I'm here not doing anything. While I'm here experiencing the game lag profusely. Here, drop off the 31 vegetable. We're up to 50. And then produce some more seeds to harvest. This is pretty much self-sustaining. So long as the facility has power, this machine has ice, and nobody opens both airlock doors at the same time, we're producing good food. Oh, here comes the fruits. There they go. Oop, there it is. That's fruit. You can kind of artificially see the speed at which I planted these. That is a resounding 30 fruit. Which can then be converted into some amount of seeds. We also have mushrooms available, but there are no meals we can construct with only mushrooms, fruit, and vegetables. If we wish to get mushrooms involved in our culinary arts, we are also going to need to find and secure a source of grain. I used to have a grain seed, but due to a tragic lack of ice catastrophe, wherein we ran out of ice, I rushed to the ice asteroid to get more, crashed and died, respawned on the planet, unable to get back up here. Our one grain plant perished. It's very tragic and sad. And we have not found any grain since. So it's possible it's all extinct. I don't think that's possibly true, but it feels like it. Food is definitely a resource that you just sort of try and stockpile and then not worry about for several hours. We're almost at that point, but not quite. I am definitely not micromanaging the plants and harvesting them and regrowing them and doing crop rotation stuff as often as I can, which is perhaps a sign that the transition to stockpile and forget about it for several hours is slow and gradual, and that instead it will be experienced as me slowly but surely increasing the amount of time between restocks until eventually the base runs out of ice and all the plants die. This is the Hullbreaker, a ship I bought and slightly modified. Its purpose is to construct other things. This vessel will be fine if I simply detach it. Even if the ice is still on board this ship, it's fine. We only got one docking port between the two. There is another docking point on the base, but it's inside the hangar, and these ships are either too big or have their connector in too awkward a spot to use them. The only ship that can really use them is the large orange-yellow one. Over here. Yellow. I'm going to say that's yellow. This is a Wayfinder. It came with the base. I stole it too. Then on the other side of the base, on the hangar side, you'll find a lot of things Vega has built or stolen. Okay, so now this ship is programmed to just collect every single component used for construction that it connects to. So it'll siphon everything into itself, and then we can go build with it. As you can see, it all comes through the conveyor sorter. And then proceeds to the rest of the vessel. We do not have unlimited cargo capacity, and I'm starting to worry that we are going to fill up on nonsense. Maybe more cargo containers are warranted. But I think we have the fundamentals. This in particular will come in handy for building all the rest of the engines. The thrusters, legally speaking. It's a bit for the next power, and it seems that we are mostly full. So let's begin. Ooh. Ship's getting so heavy that the thrusters are not fighting the innate... Basically, a ship that isn't moving will not be forced to move if it doesn't have an... I'm going to restart that sentence. The game will not induce movement or force on an object if the force being applied to it is too small. This is just a minor convenience. If you sort of slap into a ship, you don't want the game to be going, okay, what's a millionths of a Newton of force applied to this to rotate it an amount that probably is just within floating point error. So it makes sense. But it does mean that if your ship's acceleration is garbage and really, really heavy, you actually can't move until you start moving some other way. Usually by, like, rotating the ship with the gyros, possibly. Well, enough talking. Let's start building. The unnamed large ship that we are building has two kind of, like, double nacelles. They're kind of one nacelle, but they have, like, two chambers to them. Each one is designed to hold a bunch of engines and not really do much else. Eventually we'll fill these out so that they're armored and maybe even have a gun turret on the side. I haven't decided what caliber of weapon I want. The autocannon seems nice. But I worry that if we focus too much on high, like, heavy-duty enemies, we'll be overrun by fighters. This isn't really intended to be a combat ship. It's just a ship that can, like... It's not a gunship, it's a ship with guns. That's an important distinction. So this is a sign that we're out of some resource. It's metal grid. I should have expected this. Metal grid is rare and expensive. Metal grid. Can we prioritize metal grid production right now? Yes, we can. Probably wanted a lot more than girders. I'll even shunt some of these a bit forward in the list. Maybe I went a little overkill on the girders. A lot of this is holdover from when we were building solar panels directly. Grid. That is girder, not grid. So we should be able to fill in what's missing. I prefer to put it into the ship, because that's what it's for. Any other nonsense you want to provide? A lot of computer. That should cover us. And that engine's complete. Next up. Well, that is basically this side complete. We could do the other one, and once we do the other one, I can remove that temporary engine down there, designed to give us sideways thrust in the other direction. The only thrust we care about really getting a lot, like, online on this side is sideways, maybe more up and down. We're not so encumbered yet that we need literally every engine on this ship. A lot of it's just redundancy for safety. I have a good redundant ship. Oh, I'm colliding with something. It is the rest of the ship. I gotta be careful because the exhaust from any of my thrusters could start damaging these barely held together pieces. Okay, now this is weird. Why are... There's no motors. I guess that's the downside of making all of these components one at a time, waiting for the other next one in this process to be done before continuing. It means we have a lot of some components and none of others. I'll leave that to go for a little bit. Can I finish the job myself? Yes. Good. In fact, it doesn't take many motors to do this. So I'll take what you have. Put them on the ship and proceed. We don't need motors for... No. Technically, I would think that maybe you do want motors in a real rocket thruster context, because you got to have those turbo pumps operating, usually. But if these hydrogen thrusters are more advanced than that they're less advanced than that, that's fine by me. I guess now with these conveyor pipes done, I don't have to sit the ship in between the nacelle. We can go back out to the outside. That's our third hydrogen tank operational and connected. Soon the ship will have full fuel capacity. For general survival and safety of the crew, the oxygen tank is not on these nacelles, because these are going to be the first things lost in combat. Also, the hydrogen tanks explode, so they would just destroy the oxygen tanks. That's not a good sign. Sparky's not sparking. What do we need? More metal grid. Large steel tube. I'm surprised we are out. Though I did kind of lowball the estimate. Oh. 1,000 it is. I'm gonna regret that, aren't I? In fact, how about I regret it sooner? As much as I can hold. Okay, well that's all the tanks. We will need more large steel tube for these, and we need to get the grids. How about we just redock the ship temporarily? I know this is going to fill us up with a million girders, but might be worth it. Also, please do not damage the ship. Maybe I could upgrade this vessel to be fueled by hydrogen thrusters, but that would require a bunch of pipe work that we just do not have room for. Benefit of ion thrusters, aside from it being purely fueled by energy, is that you don't need to set up logistics for them. Well, I like briefly clipped the connector zone. Okay. Conveyor sort is taking a bunch of interior plate. Not what I was expecting. Let's sort these a little bit in order of sanity. Really just maxing out all interior. Uh-oh, the ship's full. Large steel to large cargo go to... Can we put this in the ship's connector? Yes. It's not a lot, but it'll do. We might have to set up ratios on what components we want in this. A little bit of a problem like this. At least by doing this, we can empty the ship somewhat. And what are we missing? Metal grid. Strictly metal grid. I can pick those up myself. Like we have enough metal grid. I now think we might have enough metal grid. They've been holding out on me. At a point where I'm just installing the metal grid myself. To be fair, the actual ship is full. Mostly. That's the wrong thing. Okay, before I forget, we can get rid of this one now. That'll stop us from melting our own ship. And it's full. Okay. Any more metal grid? Yes, but that's it. So why do we have two of these? One of these back. That's full. Yeah, I don't need two elite welders. Okay, just to confirm, we have the outer thrust, but the engines are non-functional. Why? Ah, because the connection to them is incomplete. Gotcha. Means we need to do a quick detour and build that. I have a bit of an awkwardly roundabout conveyor system right now. Don't tell me. Metal grid. Motor! It's an easier fix. Mott. Or with that built, we now have a full line to this side. But we still need some more. Still you. And let's say I just do these manually for a second. It's a little bit of a tight fit for the ship to get through. And components like this, it should have enough on board. Mostly. Mostly. I'm disoriented. Which way am I facing? That's the front. Okay, yeah. Was I trying to build an addition? I have everything I need. And the engines are on. Great. We've upgraded the ship with more thrust and a lot more fuel capacity. So we now have 2 engines going forward, 3 going back, 2 going left, 1 going right, 1 going up, and 2 going down. Some of those orientations I provided were swapped. Doesn't matter, I understood what I meant. Means the ship should now accelerate much better in some directions. Also, cargo capacity has increased somewhat. We did build another cargo container as part of our process. Okay, that's full reverse thrust. This sideways thrust is missing large tube. Those have a ways to go regardless. Tube. Nice. Engines online. Some for you, some for you. That's all the tube we need for the engines, and that's all the tube we need for anything then. Because the only thing we're trying to build now is the engines. Okay, so next question is, do we have enough grid on board to finish those back to? And once these are done, the ship will have full thrust capability. It will actually have excess thrust capability. Because long term, we want to assume that the ship will have all of its armor and stuff. So the acceleration that these will provide must be tempered somewhat. Lower your expectations. Missing something important there. Probably grid. It's many things. We're out of construction component. We're out of construction component and a little bit of grid. Well, solve the construction problem. Grid. Production. Give me some of those. Thank you. Thank goodness for all the cobalt we've managed to acquire. Stand to the side of the engine before the thrust starts burning you. Just the grid now. Bulletproof glass for a bit. Excellent. The ship is now at full thrust. I bet it can accelerate real good. How's the tank doing? I know we had some ice on board. The tanks have been filling. What was once 25% maximum is now 38% true maximum. Yeah, you can see that the bottom right hydrogen thruster tank is starting to fill. And we've been full on oxygen for a while, so I can just walk over here and inhale. This is very good. The last things we're missing for full maneuverability is this gyroscope. And then also finishing the rest of the ship. I think we have enough steel on board the hull breaker that we can finish the floor at least. But aside from armor and weapons, the nacelles are done. Got a little too much speed there. Can I build this floor? Whoa, whoa! Okay, yep, that's a classic case of the hydrogen thrusters have damaged the engine, or damaged the ship. Thank goodness I had some armor protecting the ion thruster there. Oh, are we done? We're done. Great, we have a floor. Check it out. That's a floor. This is going to be mostly an interior floor, because all of the components on the bottom here will have another armor layer in front of them. So the fact that this is a single point of failure is not an issue for me right now. Also, this ain't a combat vessel. Its survivability is mostly due to prevention. It looks cooler, fully formed like this. Oh no, my dear structural hull. To be fair, those weren't very built parts of the ship anyway. Is the iron damaged? It's not. Good. Alright, one more tip. There's probably still a lot of iron on the ship. Sorry, ice. Let's check the mass of the vessel. 248 and lowering, that's a consequence of the ice being put towards fueling the thrusters. Let's do one more mining expedition. What do we want to mine? Actually, that's a good question for how our base is doing. How is our base doing? If I look up iron, there's 20 here, 136,000 here. Cobalt's at about 2k, silver's at about 1k, nickel. Let's check our GPS coordinates. I have a few. Silver and silicon, magnesium and ice. Iron and uranium. Those are the three. We could try and survey a new asteroid. That might be exciting. Ruling out all the ones we've already gone to, let's find one in the sky that we have not yet been to. Preferably one vaguely nearby, if only because I'm running out of food. Is that the ice asteroid? Can't tell because it's dark. Yeah, okay. So look for an asteroid that we can see that doesn't have one of those things on it. There's one. Let's try it. Okay, we're gonna figure out real quick what the acceleration of this thing is in 3, 2, 1. Pretty good. Slightly above 1G, I think. And that's in the 4-engine direction. Which means that this ship, if it isn't completely full, I think might be able to land on Earth-like. It's close. And if we really wanted to land on Earth-like, we would have to do it vertically. We would not be able to do it, like, floor down. In the future, we may wish to add more engines. We could beef up the nacelles, add more engines to different directions, if we really wanted to make this planetary. Not interested right now. This is simply designed to be functional. Oh, we have a pretty relaxing trip to go through here. Given that I don't have a GPS coordinate for this asteroid, I'm just gonna have to sort of eyeball when we're there, and it feels like we're getting closer. Let's just check that we are on the vector that we seem to be on, because this is a safe vector, but only if it's real. Wait for it. Okay, it's starting to get big fast. Military vessel over there. Let's try decelerating. Now. Very good. Again, these are overly optimistic control profiles because the full ship will have armor and stuff. Then again, the ship is currently full of ice, kinda. So maybe this is a bit realistic. Okay, the ores. Ice. Not very exciting. We got a full ice asteroid we can deal with. We do not need to have ice from here. What else do we got? Coast. Pretty hollow asteroid. Oh. Ice and magnesium. Well, I'll do it. Only to check it off the list, but we already have one of those. Copy that over. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong position for it. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. Okay, so this one was a bit of a failure in terms of getting new or valuable materials. Let's try going further beyond. We should probably survey the asteroids between here and Rockwell, because we go between here and Rockwell a lot. It's the closest space-based trade station that I know of. Worried about our vector again. How about we line it up to there and then just pulse the engines a little bit. Reinforcer off to the side. Rockwell's over there. Getting slightly further away. Maybe we should really invest in jump drive technology. I know we don't have the resources for it just yet, but it might be important. After all, it will cut a 15-minute travel into not 15 minutes anymore. I don't exactly remember what we need, but I believe it involves gold. Also, there's a lot of asteroids over here. Eventually we're going to get so far away from Danger Base that it does not make sense for these asteroids to be considered a part of Danger Base. Made it though. Accelerate now. Alright, let's see what we have. Flight forward. Our acceleration is so high that's actually still concerningly fast. Fortunately, the thing we would probably hit is the drill itself. Cobalt. Anything else? Seeing anything else? Maybe above. Well, above relative to me. No. On the other side, perhaps. Cobalt reading is disappeared. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, that's more cobalt. More aggressive with the impulse. I think this is just pure cobalt. Are those asteroids close enough that they're considered part of the same asteroid cluster? I don't know. Let's try that one. Do we have a cobalt asteroid already? No, we don't. Wait. Cobalt asteroid is actually significant then. Even if it is just pure cobalt. Yes, current. This is going to be... Okay, then we can take the hex code. Have the game freeze up on me for a second for some reason. And that's established. Let's still try this one, though. Uh-oh. We're in gravity. This asteroid's in gravity. This is potentially bad. I knew there was a catch. Okay, yep, we're falling. Okay, we should have enough fuel and thrust to get out so long as we stay high and see what... That looks like cobalt. It is. This is more cobalt. Fortunately, we have another source of cobalt, so we don't need to particularly focus on this one. Okay, so every second we're at this particular rock, we are on a time limit. Cobalt and silver. I think we already have silver. We do. So, we're done here. Get out of this gravity well. Let's go there. Okay, so that's cool. Well, there are a lot of asteroids around. They might... There are a lot. Somehow I've managed to select one that's very far away. Go to that one instead. New ship going well. Aside from the fact it's extremely fragile right now, it's operating quite well. I can use it. I'm using it before your very eyes. Are we out of gravity yet? I'm not so much worried about the thrust of the ship with gravity right now, especially if we're still in space. I worry about the fuel running out. Constantly having the thrusters on, just trying to fight gravity, we eventually will just deplete and fall. is the main reason I'm trying to leave. Ooh, surface ore. Looks like iron. Also looks like we're out of gravity. You iron? Almost seem too orange to be iron. What are you? You're nothing? Uranium. But are you uranium? I need to check. What are you? You are iron. You're just not registering on radar. So this is another iron and uranium asteroid. Running out of food. I really do need to start getting back. Worst case scenario, I can always just huddle in the cryo chamber until we return to Danger Station, but really like to not have to do that. So this is another iron uranium. I will mark this. We're right this time. There we go. Okay. Again with the freeze. It seems to not like when I copy or paste. Okay, well, with all of these tracked, just think that these two haven't sorted alphabetically. Why is Ice Asteroid in the middle? Doesn't matter. Matters is we've gotten good results and I'm going home. Careful with the nacelles. Where is Danger Base? There is Danger Base. Ooh, minor lag. Minor lag is an unidentified signal I don't see. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Is it? Oh, yeah. Alright, fine. We'll do a little bit of an extracurricular activity. We really do not need to go to full speed. Only 2 kilometers away. Ooh, did it have like a light on it? It does. It's like blinking. I wonder what that could mean. What it means is that, oh, it's exploding. Mysterious sparking orb. What secrets do you possess? I don't know if I won. You have an inventory? Computer. Detector component. I'll take those. I've also just liked the general supplies that you possess. will not be claiming the grid and will allow it to despawn in the next 2 hours. Actually, a better idea. I think I could turn you into scrap. No? Oh, no, that was working, I think. Well, I've kicked it a little bit, but it's being kicked in the direction of the planet, so there's a good chance it will just fall to Earth-like and explode. Frankly, not a bad situation. Alright, we are away. It's going to take us about 5 minutes to arrive. In the meantime, I'm going to sit in here, relax, query the chat. How are you doing? I worry that there will be a random asteroid between me and the base that we'll crash into. I feel like we're good for a little bit because I couldn't see one, and statistically it's very unlikely that we actually collide with anything. I do just want to check every once in a while. Cross in front of an asteroid? That asteroid, I think. Wow. I was about to do it again. That suddenly made me much more concerned that we're going to hit an asteroid. Because we're getting the two-dimensional problem of there being an asteroid in the plane between us and the sun. Doesn't feel like that much of a stretch to have the one-dimensional case of it being in this line. Though I think that's danger-based. That asteroid that we're starting to see is just danger-based stealth. Like we're completely defenseless. I should put something here. I'm not using this space for anything. What if I extended the back of the ship slightly? Had room for there to be something there. That would be able to put the buttons, the airlock would have its control mechanism. There's options. Maybe a nice lounge. Maybe an armory or something. Right, about a minute remaining. Didn't really get any more resources from this trip, but not really what the point was. I can safely detach this, right? Right. Bye. Good thing I had jetpack. Okay, 30 seconds to impact. We're not actually going to impact. I've tactically drifted a bit to the side. Docking port is on this area. We don't have much to provide, just a bunch of ice, but it's something. Deceleration still very good. We could just use the ice on this ship to further fill the tanks, but I'd like to share the ice with the irrigation system. I want to make sure that the plants are good and healthy. Whatever the situation. I wonder if the second gyro is even necessary. It might be. There we are. We are locked. And once again, we are experiencing gravity. No, this is me, magnetic boots. Right, gravity should be above the glass pane right now. So I should be able to stand on the ship. Like so. Ta-da. Then I fall off. Good stuff. Egg is still alive. The plants are still alive and fully grown. Right, this is the time of day when the very edge of the asteroid blocks the sun. We'd have to cleave out pretty much all this in order to safely keep the charge going. But some of the asteroids are still working. Like these. I think the sun just went in front of another asteroid again. So, like, we don't have no power production, we just have reduced power production. Long-term solution would probably be to, like, just put this turret on a long stick and then move the solar panels up there. It'd be a little silly, but it'd work. Well, aside from that, I think we are good. I am going to wrap things up. It's been 5 hours, which is a lot for me. Solar bar. Another solar barge! We already have one, thanks you. You get the feeling that I've just become worse at saying syllables. In the interest of there being no problems here, I'm going to harvest the plants, but not plant new ones. And then I will end the game in here. Remember to close that door. Okay. I think we're good. I'm going to sit here, stare at the empty plot so that my future self will be like, hey, plant something here. And I might even plant it in between streams. Which is to say, during the setup for the next one. When that's going to be, I don't know. Could be as early as tomorrow, could be as late as a while from now. Nothing you got to concern yourself with. I'm the one who streams. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do a little bit of a funny. I am going to plant one mushroom. Right here. Alright, cool. With one plant on the way. Good stuff. I'm struggling to think of a proper outro. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.